Hey, how you doing? In large smoke. Sorry, I was basically talking to myself. I was just fixing the bug there. I actually implemented taking damage today, and it was bugged straight away. But it's good. The first playtest event went well, and we picked that up straight away. Yeah, my bad. I had my mic muted. Yeah, programmable behavior. I mean, I've got this dialogue system so far where the interactions with NPCs are done through a node-based system that I built. But yeah, it'd be good to have, because I want things like NPCs moving around the towns. Like, can you imagine if they're like on a horse and cart going through Helrift and things like that? That'd be cool. But I'm going to move on to the next one. We have quite a lot of stuff here. Well, actually around 30 items that we picked up just in the first playtest alone. One of the big ones is stacking spell effects. So let's have a look at stacking spell effects. Hello. How's it going? Kaitak, I've already fixed the issue with the already casting a spell. It just seems to be my misunderstanding on how coroutines work. I had to null out the coroutine, which I wasn't doing before. But feature, yeah. It's like silent. It's like a silence effect. Silence would be good. Silence wasn't in the original game. So yeah, I'm just moving on to these stacking spell effects, which should be quite a simple, straightforward bug to fix, to be honest. Where are we? Spells, magic. So we have buff spells. Actually, I think you mentioned about PFM. PFA, Defense Shield. This doesn't do a check if it exists already either. Is this missing something? Maybe it is missing something. Oh right, the protect spells are over here. So do I not use buff spells at all? Got some OG background music. Hope you like it. Spells, here we go. So do I use buff spells anywhere? Yeah, standard, projectile, standard. Oh, maybe I didn't split them out. I think standard spells are the ones that they're point and click. So I didn't really need the buff spell. So that's fine, I can just ignore that one. I could probably delete that class actually. It's redundant. So let's have a look here. Yes, I had it so you can only have one buff spell at a time, but not if it was specific to. I think what I was going to do was have it so you could have all three potentially in the future at the same time, with changes. Obviously, we don't want to make people immune completely to arrows, have really high defense ratio, and have their incoming magic damage halved. I think I need to just make it like OG first and then worry about it after. Although this one, because it's done by category, this one should actually prevent it from stacking, so I think that's fine. This is like a catch-all. So poison. So poison is stacking. So if target dot motor status effect manager dot has status effects poison return. So that's it. It's a one-liner. Prevent it from being able to add the same status effect twice. And then same for invisibility. Yeah. So invisibility is also doing it. So it's the same deal. Let's grab this one and just break out of the code block if we already have invisibility. Berserk. Yep, same deal. Set that check-in. Para. As you can see that I did it for para last time. That's when we had that bug where para was stacking. Teleport. That's just yeah, recall, create item. They're all fine. Now the other one that we found was that detect was doing this weird thing with berserk. It was removing berserk effect for some weird reason. So where does berserk get removed? I think it just removes itself actually. Actually, let's have a look here. So we have berserk. So this is the messages that come up when the. So I've got a cold, so I'm going to keep doing that. These are the messages that come up on the client side if they receive or remove the status effects. And we have this thing where when we cast if we berserk invisibility and then detect, it removes the berserk for some reason. So remove is going to remove it. Oh, could we be removing all for some reason? Oh no, that's only when we die. That's fine. And then we have the two effects that affect all of the materials. So I think what's happening is it's removing the visual effect, not the actual double damage effect. So what could be happening here is that these two functions here could be conflicting with one another. This is quite complicated code. I hate this sort of stuff. Yeah, because if we're invisible, we actually transfer material settings because we use a transparent material on everything you have equipped. And I think it keeps track of it somewhere. So, for example, if I let's see, yeah, we keep track of the equipment here, and if we add equipment, then it makes that invisible as well. Yeah, Crytek. I think it's something to do with this, to be honest. So detect is going to remove invisibility. Let's go from that way. So we set invisibility effect active. It's false. So it's not active. So we're restoring the original materials, which are the non-berserked materials. Oh, that's interesting actually. So when we store the original materials, we only take the ones that are not berserk materials, which I think adds to the stack. I can actually test that in the game. So if I go to because I have to reload it. 1 second. Hello, I see you there. Bit early for the playtest. But yes, if I go onto the inspector on my character and find, I don't know, the robe or something. Oh, equipment robe. Yeah, so the equipment container is what keeps track of all of the status effects on the individual materials. So if I berserk myself and look at this material for the robe, yeah, so we add this berserk material on top. So this is the one that actually applies the effect on top of my body. Yeah, I mean, that's refactoring. I'll definitely get around to doing that, definitely. Yeah, so the berserk material applies, and then if I Invisi, it's going to change those. Where's Invisi? That's too slow, look at me. Boom, where I am. Alright, we're going to Invisi. Oh, it actually changes that to an instance. Oh, I think that's fine. I think that is fine. But if Crytek, can you detect me? Or I can do it. Yeah, so when it restores the materials, you see it removes the berserk material, which it shouldn't do. Yeah, 5 year, but hopefully I have more people helping me with the development by then. Otherwise it's going to be a 10-year job. Alright, I think what we need to do here, possibly, we need to pick up the berserk materials if they're still there and add them to our materials array. I hate that this is how messy this is, but I think it's the only way. So let's get our berserk materials from oh, that's handy. Oh, we're setting it on each individual renderer. That's good. So yeah, we can just say renderer materials. Yeah, you don't have to understand. I'm just talking out loud, really. Yeah, I mean, this probably triggers you as well in large with like hard-coded berserk word in there, but again, it's something for future Vamp to deal with. So we've got our berserk materials. We need to append them to the original materials. Materials. These are the original materials. Oh, why are we doing this? Oh, because we're referencing which renderer we're talking about. Because there's multiple, like there's, you know, there's the plate mail, the leggings, the hat, whatever. I'm trying to make a video game. Let's do it as a list, and then add. It's probably a more efficient way of doing it, but just for the sake of simplicity, we're going to add the berserk materials onto that, and then we can add or set it to the all materials. Oh yeah, can't do that in line. So we add the berserk material on top. And yeah, just back to an array. It's a bit messy, but let's see if that is the actual issue. I'm just going to mute my other client because it's a bit confusing. It's a bit like that Christmas music, Helrift Christmas music, where it's just random noises in the background. So this berserk. And then invis, number detect over here. Still removing it. Oh, we actually ended up with a second instance of the material. Oh. See straight away what I did wrong. Just an exclamation mark. It's because I copied it from up there and didn't reverse the sign. It's like anything, Gregor, to be honest, any skill, I look at other people who have a certain skill and go, how the hell do they understand that? Alright, try again. Zerk. Invis. Detect. There we go, that's better. Yeah, we can see that the berserk has been re-added. So when we come out of Invisi, it actually clears out all the materials because it has to change them back to an opaque material from a transparent material. And it was also removing the berserk material instance, which you didn't need to because I'm still berserked. We'll let the berserk process handle that one, which is the set berserk effect. And this one's a bit more simple because it doesn't have to worry about transparent materials and stuff. All it does is it adds the material and then removes the material based on its name. So yeah, very, very simple, very straightforward. This one is just a mess, really, but it works, so I'm happy with it. Okay, so we have. I'm just going to update this on here. Status effect bugs. Yes, that's a nice, easy-ish one to do. We've got another status effect bug where if we're invisible, we can still see the poison flag. I'm Aries, yeah, so I can do that on this account. So we get the poison flag above the head, and so that is an enemy. Now if I walk around, yeah, I know exactly where that person is and I can just force attack the ground and do damage to them. So yeah, not good. Yeah, and now I'm cured, it now gets removed. So one thing I need to have a look at is where in the stack it's going. The next RuneScape. Yeah, I doubt that. Need a few more people. Oh no, the magic stars, that's just the effect. The flashing effect. Well, these aren't named. So the poison effect is at the top level of here. How do we hide that? Because at the moment what happens is things like magic and chatting, it checks when the chat message comes through or when the magic appears, whether it should show it or not based on the invisibility flag. And the meshes are done using that piece of code that changes it to a transparent material. But the poison effect, it's like we need to show and hide it. I also notice an issue here. It's actually a particle effect, and so it's not a mesh or anything that I can manipulate through the same way that I've manipulated the renderers and the material. It's also not pre-warmed, which I should really have, so let me just quickly fix that. To be honest, it moves so quickly that you can't really tell it's not pre-warmed, but my OCD is triggering. Status effect, poison. There you go, pre-warm. Oh, I just got that minimap bug. Yeah, I mean, to be honest and large, it's like a lot of things. There are ways that the original game did it that just don't really make sense in modern games. Players just expect things to work a certain way. It's like one of the testers that came in earlier, he was like, I didn't realise it was, point and click to move, or I didn't know how to double click to equip items. It's just there's an intuitive way of doing things, and it's just moved on since the original game. I think eventually those things will change. Okay, I think you're trolling there. Poison effect needs to be invisible. Now we do maintain the poison effect in the effect manager here, don't we? Yeah, the poison effect object is the thing that gets instantiated with that particle effect. Yeah, then we just destroy it if it gets removed. So I think what we need to do is just toggle it if this is an invisible character. Yeah, because we have this check here, can see, if I can see that player. So this is based on if that player is an enemy. If they're Ares versus Elf, or if they're criminals or whatever. So we say show body, hide body. This happens when we add that operation. So yeah, I think we can do it here. This probably needs to have its own function, to be honest, but just for the sake of simplicity, let's just say if poison effect object null, then effect object dot say set active false or true, sorry, and then inversely false if they are invisible. Now, I don't know, I think we might do this twice. Yeah, so if we remove invisibility, we want to make sure that this sets back to true as well. And then, because this is the function that gets called by the sync list, so it's automatic. If an observer comes within whatever it is, 12 units of the character, it automatically runs this so that they're automatically invisible and automatically poison is going to get hit. I went some Cristiano Ronaldo. I've just been doing it a long time. I'm experienced. Anyway, let's test that. I'm going to have to... Oh no, I can do it all from this without re-logging in Vamp, because the effect should happen on this side. I'm going to have to wait a second for the character to log out, because the server's going to have my character hanging. Yeah, I'll have to give that a sec. I'll just do some Jira bits here while I wait a second. So poison stacking's done. Yeah, so the reason why it looked like it was incurable, actually the effect was curable. The problem was that we only have one poison effect object, which is that particle effect that comes up above your head. And because the second one came in, it overwrote that object, so the previous one couldn't be destroyed. Because that gets destroyed during the removal down here. And we've basically lost reference to that. It's sort of like a what's it called? You basically lost the pointer on it, so it's sort of like a memory leak. Obviously, in a language like a .NET language, you technically don't get them because of the garbage collector. But for the sake of the way this code is structured, it is losing a reference to that particle effect, and it will never be destroyed again. So it will only disappear if you log out, because your character is the parent of that particle effect. But anyway, I should be able to log in now. Yeah. So poison, and then invis. Yeah. And the detector should come back. Yeah, perfect. Easy peasy. Yeah. Should it be destroyed? I know where you're going with that. In Unity, creating and destroying objects can get quite expensive, so you can have like a have these objects to the side and then load them up when you're ready to use them, because technically something like poison is going to be quite common, so we just enable it and disable it. Maybe that's something I do when I start really looking into optimization. It really, I think for one or two characters on the screen, it's not a big deal. Even if the screen was full of players, I don't even think it would have that much of an impact. It's more if you're doing it every frame. But yeah, for simplicity, it might be better to put it in an array. So, but that's what this effect manager is for. It's to manage all of these effects. So it's nice and self-contained, so if I want to make some improvements I can in future. Hide divines. Oh right, yeah, actually we have, on that point, having more than one bubble above the head, there are things that we've considered in the discussion section, such as curses. So I could imagine like a purple blob above your head, for example. What games? Only hobby projects, Divine. No, I've not released any. This will be my first properly released game, except for when I remade Hellbreath back in the day in C# and XNA, and I also ran one of the private servers back in the day, which is like a C++ project. Most of my development is in my work, in my commercial working life. So yeah, first game. Burn and Freeze. Olympia has Burn, right? I don't think that was in OG. Freeze is on my list. We could work on that. Maybe it's a little bit of a fun project. I don't know how the effect's going to work, because the way that it stacks with Berserk might look a bit weird. God of War, you're right. I wish. But yeah, that one is all good. So let's tick that one off and move on to the next one. there's some stuff around item usage. So we've got a couple, mainly to do with potions, to be honest, because those are the big one. First of all, you can use potions when you're dead, which is just a silly bug. But also, you can spam them. There's no cooldown. So we should deal with that. I also wanted to add in hotkeys. So in the original game, it was insert and delete. I think insert was, insert must have been health potions. Delete must have been the mana potions. Those will be the default hotkeys anyway. Eventually, we will have a system to allow you to change your hotkeys. So I'm planning about a month's time from today is going to be an open beta. We've had 2 playtests so far. Today's the end of the second playtest. We're going to open it up for everyone in the community, even people who've never played Helrift before. Anyone can join it, and between now and then I have a lot of content to put into it. I'll be then putting it on early access in January, probably mid-January, because we've got Christmas and stuff and the New Year's, but the full release will probably be more like the end of 2025. TBA, yeah. I'm not planning to have it released. I'm not doing like a 7 Days to Die, for example, who are in early access for about 10-15 years. It's all online. You can't play it offline. The way that the game works is integrated tightly with the online features. So let's update this, and we're going to look at potion improvements. So first of all, let's look at item usage when dead. That's obviously not good, especially with some items in the game. So I hear, oh, it's Magnus. Get him. This is another invisibility bug actually. Your hammer was invisible still, even after you came out of invisibility. So I need to look at that. That's actually on my bug list. Oh, and the chat issue. I actually missed that chat message. But let me carry on because I'm getting sidetracked. So use item, I think Evan's here. So we have some messages here. This might be under the derived class. No, it's under the character. So we do a few checks before we actually request the usage of the item from the server. And then the server block here, it has no checks to see if I'm dead. So, we'll check it on both sides. Obviously, the checker on the client can give a nice message if we wanted to, but it prevents that request going up to the server and wasting time. So if I think we just got this dead, you just return like that. In fact, to be honest, we could do it like that, but are there? Can anyone think? Are there any items you can use while dead? I don't think there is. I don't think there was any like scrolls or potions. I don't. Yeah, because this will just be a catch-all for both of them, to be honest, the client and the server. A game guide, yeah, actually, I did mention this earlier. It needs a full tutorial. Like I said earlier, there's a lot of expectations in games these days, and if it's not intuitive, people aren't going to stick around. So you have to sort of copy the big guys like World of Warcraft and things, copy the same sort of mechanics that they use. It's like one that came up earlier. Someone said to me, and they hadn't played Helrift, they said, sometimes my hits didn't register. Now, I know, and you guys know, that that's because there's dexterity and there's a hit ratio and a defense ratio. But in a modern game, you'd have the word miss come up. You know, you missed this attack, you miss. That would be intuitive. You know you've missed for a reason. Otherwise, it just feels like the hit hasn't registered. Yeah, I don't think I'd be doing that. Putting it on a CD. I mean, there will be a wiki or something at some point. Websites are being worked on. So this will deal with usage of items when dead. Very, very simple. The isDead function variable is synchronized on the client and the server, so they both know that they're dead. So I can cover both the client block and the server block with that one line. So the second issue we've got is the cooldown for item usage, specifically potions. So we can look at the cooldown on, oh, this is all my old map chunk code, which I don't use anymore. It's actually been offloaded to another behavior, so those can go. Yeah, Gregor, I think we have to be honest. I mean, I like that Helrift. It's one of those. It's a game that doesn't hold your hand, and some people like that, and some people don't. But I think to get people in playing, being engaged with it, you have to sort of hold their hand at some point. Yeah, I mean, YouTube tutorials could work. Depends on the target, really. If you're looking at casual gamers, then they're not like us. They don't spend hours watching gameplay footage or anything on YouTube. We have, so the character motor class is the one that deals with operations that the player uses to control their character. So technically it should be in here. The problem with this is that use item happens here. I suppose we could do the check here, maybe. Let's see, use item. Yes, the use item is a result of, oh no, it's not. It must be on the input. No? Okay, well, let's check the inventory item. Dragging, point to click. Yep, so click count modulus 2. So this is, yeah, so when we double click here, we then use the item. So this is the entry point to using item. But also I think this happens if it's on the hotkeys as well. Yeah, item hotkey. So if I put pots on my 4 key, press 4 on my keyboard, it runs it, and also also this request use item is the server side of using item. So they both hit the same block, and then they have their own individual blocks for the client and then the server. So we have to kind of do this here. Now the question is, do we handle different types of cooldowns for different types of items? Because I am worried about quick swapping of armors, which previously there was a slight delay because players used to stack it in the bag and then rapidly click to equip a new set of armor. So there is a sort of inherent delay in the original game, but we need to have that in here because I'm going to eventually have armor stacks or armor sets that you could just one click a button, it would slowly remove them and slowly add them back on again. And but that cooldown might actually be different to consumable items. So I think we need to have a specific consumable cooldown to handle this. Yeah, exactly. I think we need to have different types of cooldowns to handle different situations. But for the sake of simplicity, let's just add a consumable cooldown, because that's what we're working on at the moment. Potions / consumables should have a cooldown. So it's like we probably want to maintain that cooldown on the client side, so that if we're spamming, it's not sending all of those requests up to the server. The server does the check and then rejects the item use. So let's start with just sticking in here, I guess. Now the way that we can do this, and I really don't like this pattern, but it is the way that Unity does it, is using a coroutine. We can see the usage of coroutines over on the motor. Yep, the motor. And yeah, don't look, there's lots of hard coding here. Yeah, do you know what I like, Rebecca? I like games that have a sort of short tutorial, but it's got a small video of how to do things. League of Legends does that, for example, how to use those particular skills. Yeah, I mean, swapping weapons should have a different call. I mean, the point is there's an entry point for the use of any item. It's only until you go to use that item that it decides how that item should be used. So if it's a weapon, it runs the equip function. If it's a consumable, it runs the consume function. So I need something before then that checks the type or the category of that item, and that cooldown routine has to be specific to that category. So similar to how we've got a dash cooldown and attack cooldown. Now at the moment they're both the same. That might change, and that's 0.75 of a second. Now they can technically be different, but I separated them on purpose because when we start going through balancing things, we might find dashing is too quick, or the times between each dash. I think people have already mentioned that, but dashing is just too easy to do now. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think what needs to happen is there'll be some sort of dictionary with all of the cooldowns in it that's maintained centrally. But for now, I'm just going to add another one. Consumable cooldown, something like 0.5 to half a second. So the way that these work, if we look at how cast is working, yes, we maintain this routine as well so that we can cancel out of it. Now the question is, we don't really want to cancel out. We can't cancel out of consuming items because they're instantly consumed. It's not like a cast effect. So we don't actually need to maintain this. We don't need to keep a reference to it. But we will run a coroutine that will keep track of whether I can use another item yet or not. So for example, we've got is spell ready over here. So is spell ready, it's actually on owner motor. We don't need to put it onto the owner, onto the derived class, because NPCs don't use items. Although, could they use items in the future? Maybe. Maybe if we make the AI clever enough, they could use items. I don't know. Yeah, Gregor, that's what I was saying. So, swapping armor is too quick at the moment because there's 0 cooldown. It's not. In fact, if you run it at a higher frame rate, you could technically swap faster than someone running on a lower frame rate because of the way that works. So there needs to be a small delay, maybe even if it's just like 0.1 of a second or 0.2 of a second. So I'll maintain it differently. I won't have a specific user item cooldown. It will just be consumable cooldown, weapon swap cooldown, arm swap cooldown, which may be the same, maybe not. We'll see. Okay. I need to move these. I don't like that they're not here, because the motor is supposed to be what deals with these sorts of things. But the use item operations happen here. I'll stick them here for now, and then we'll use one of these as an example. Copy and paste it out of pure laziness. So we might have some here. Oh, we do. We do have some coroutines, which is actually to do with regenerating health and stuff. Consumable cooldown. Do we need to keep track of anything in here? Not really, to be honest. We just need to know if we can use a consumable item or not, and we can say, is consumable ready? It's true. Now when we run this coroutine, we set it to false, and if it's false, then they can't use an item, quite simply. So let's create a reference to this. When we first go into the game, yeah, fine. And when we use an item, we need to know if it's consumable or not. So if it's equipable, we do this. If it's not, we just double check if we're doing anything here. Yeah, it goes straight to the server at this point. So we want to have a look at the items. Item data dot type. See you, Gregor. It's an item type thing. Item type. Consumable. So this switch statement is going to allow us to have different cooldowns for different types of items. Eventually we'll probably, as I said, have a dictionary or something, so that we can just call the dictionary based on the item type. So if the is consumable ready, if not consumable ready, we can return. We'll just leave at this point. We don't need to even request it. Now if we request use item, yeah, I mean we can run it here. So it's consumable ready. It's false. Start the coroutine, which is going to run in parallel and just elapse that time, that half a second or whatever we set it to. So it sets is consumable ready to false. So if I'm spamming it, that's obviously going to return, and this is going to run the elapsed time down of the consumable cooldown, and yeah, set it back to true again after that time. So this is sort of like if you could run a timer on the update loop and see if the timer has elapsed. It's a bit like that. This pattern is common in Unity. I don't know about Unreal, but they use these coroutines that run in parallel instead, which is supposed to be a better way than checking how much time's elapsed in the update, in the frame update. But anyway, that deals with that. Now we want to do this on the server as well, I think. just in case the client is manipulated. We want to make sure that the server has authority. The reason we're doing it in the client is just to avoid too much data going up to the server unnecessarily, but ultimately it is the server that needs to deal with this. And in fact we have this already. If not is consumed ready, we want to return. And if we do run this, notified and consumed, remove item. Yeah, so we can just do the same thing, run it straight after. So the server's using the same code base, or the same, it is the same code base, but it has its own memory of that separate to the client. It does the same check as the client. This actually gives us an opportunity here to say, hey, why don't we send a message to the UI? Like, cannot use item. You've used one recently. I actually don't know what it said in the original game, but I can find out. Because this is my old XNO code, which yeah, don't cry, but it's 8,000 lines long. Back when I was a lot less modular with my code, 15 odd years ago. Do we have use item? We do have use item. No, I should have just read my old code. Look, I even had that there. If the player is dead, return. Remove item. So this is all the old code that I was trying to get it to work with the original HG servers. No, we don't need to mimic the original game. It just allows me not to have to think too much about it. I think that's the main thing. So I can just get it working, get people testing it in the playtests, and then move on to the next thing, refine it a little bit later down the line. Hands must be free for cast. Let's have a look at add event. Number of scopes. Where have I'm not upgradable, so it's around here, isn't it? Not implemented, no item. Hands must be free for casting, special ability items, Medusa, Slima, Marion, all of that stuff. Maybe there wasn't a message. Else switch if else switch. You know, it's just, I think with code it's just personal preference sometimes. I find switch statements a lot easier, but I know that people would hate the way that I do switch statements. Like this, for example, I like to have switch statements that are in line so that I can see that it makes it easier for me to see. But some people hate that; they prefer it to be properly, you know, indented and stuff. But yeah, it is just preference. So there's no message. Let's just say something like you cannot use this item yet! Exclamation mark. That'll do. So yeah, let's test that. I'm gonna have to run this locally, which means I need to build a local server version because the server's changed. which also means I can't be running the. Oh, who killed me? Really, guys? Oh, travel design. Yeah, you see that lighting issue. Oops. I think it's most obvious here. Look at all this lighting going wrong. Oh, gone weird. And in here, look. If I log out, log back in, yeah, it corrects the light. Although there is something wrong with this City Hall at the moment in terms of lighting, but this is the correct lighting, even though I haven't baked it properly. Anyway, let's build a new server version. My local PC, and then I'll connect to that. Yeah, I mean, compared to the original code, which was many thousands of lines of code, even my stuff is pretty tame, my XNA stuff. But everything in because Unity is an ECS system, everything is a lot smaller. Character is probably the longest one because there's a lot going on. So that's, yeah, quite a few. But things like spells, 40 lines, everything's compartmentalized. Lighting's difficult. Lighting's very difficult. I haven't figured out the perfect solution to it yet. I'm not an artist, so it doesn't come easily. I'll keep that music going. Right. Am I localhost? No. Localhost. And let's test this. Potions. Have I got some? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. If I spam it, yeah, and it's only let me doing it every half a second or so. So yeah, that's great. That works. Let's buy a few mana potions, test it with that as well. But I mean, it's the same code at the end of the day. Yeah, so I can't just spam it. And we have other consumable items like food, so we can test it with food as well. Yep. Yeah, all good. All works. IP leaked. I mean, okay. I mean, you can run a Wireshark or something and see the IP of the server if you want. So the other thing, obviously, was the hotkeys. So again, you're not going to like it, but it's going to be hard coded for now. Eventually, I'll have a key binding system that players can change from the settings here, because you know the controls, the original game controls weren't very intuitive. We have a character input. Character input deals with the inputs, so all of that goes in here. Got a handled keyboard. Things like escape, tab, left shift, left alt, all of this stuff is going to be controlled by key bindings eventually. It's just one of those horrible things that I really don't want to start because it just turned into a mess. But yeah, just to get it working, let's just deal with each operation separately. So we have insert and we have delete. So now we need to find the correct items. Yeah, JSON can work. Unity has built-in player prefs, which is where a lot of stuff goes. And also we can potentially save it on the server, really. Not something I really want to do, but the server can store, it does actually store the data as JSON. We're using PlayFab to store the data in the back end, and it is just blobs of JSON data. Okay, we probably need a new function for this. Because you use item, use item as a specific type. I mean, we could do it all in here, literally just query the inventory here and maybe change it later. So we want to find health pots is character. We'll have to go up another level to the character, to the inventory, find the inventory item. Now we store the items with IDs, and one thing I've used this sort of approach before for gold, because like when you buy items from the shop, it needs to know if you've got at least a gold item. So I stored that in the globals, so I think I'll just do that again. Yeah, gold item ID. So let's just do that for now. We'll say health potion ID equals, I think it's just health pot. Oh, but this actually is a bit more complicated because there's two types of health potions, and potentially three, because we've got the small, medium, and then large health pots. Yeah, in large. No, it was, like I say, it's not something that I considered, but it is possible. Health potion ID. So maybe we could use this as an array like this, and then maybe when we iterate through that array, we can just get from highest to lowest. I'm just going to check the IDs that I assigned to these fish. Maybe I'll create a folder specifically for potions. So health potion is health pot, and then big health potion is health pot big. So if we do it in an order that makes sense, we put big potion first, and then the small potion after that. And then Helrift actually has a third potion which wasn't used as much, as far as I recall, probably because alchemy was just a pain to do. Then you could have that one at the top, super health pot or whatever. And we'll do the same with mana. Yeah, you'd think I've done it that way, small, medium, but I didn't. To be honest, I don't actually see these hotkeys being used much, because we have this new hotbar that does your full set of numbers along the top of your keyboard. I'm only putting this in to appease those certain types of people, the Helrift purists. But also, eventually, if we allow key bindings, it makes sense to just get it over and done with now. So we want to find, so how do we do this then? Because we could say global's got health potion IDs that contains. This won't deal with the ordering of those. Or I suppose what we could do actually, we could say the strongest pot is going to be the health pots dot order by. We get oh no, we're not getting multiple. Are we? That's why. What's wrong with that? Oh, let's just do this. Let's get all of the health pots. You want the strongest pot's going to be the health pots. Ordered by descending. Where the potion item data effect value. Where is it? Consumable value 1. I think. Let me just double check. Big health pot. Okay. I had to make it difficult for myself, didn't I? It's such a dice roll. I really don't like the dice rolls on the health potions. It makes no sense to me. But let's just roll with it because that's how it's working at the moment. We're going to have to roll the dice. Roll the dice just for this check. Consumable value 1. Consumable value 2. Consumable value 3. So we're going to roll the dice for each iteration of this order by statement, and then we're just going to take the first one. Oh, and I made it even more difficult for myself because I stored them as floats. Brilliant. So we order them by the dice rolls. So this is even worse because the dice rolls could be quite low if you get a low roll. Yeah, that actually doesn't work. So maybe we just do maximums. Didn't I have like a... Well, adding doesn't work because if the number of dice is lower but the number of faces on the dice is higher, it could end up looking the same or looking more when it technically isn't. So actually what we need is the max roll of these values, which is actually quite simple, to be honest. Yeah, I do have a max roll, but it's not a static function. Maybe we just do that. Yeah, maybe we just create a static function for max roll. Like I say, I think in the future, I feel like I'm going to remove dice rolls on consumables altogether. I think consistency and predictability of potions makes more sense. Well, a dice roll is like you might have 4 dice. They might have 10 faces each, and a modifier of 3. Now that would, if you added them together, that would be 17. But actually the maximum roll is 4 times 10 plus 3, which is 43. That's how a dice roll works. But this 17 doesn't make sense. What we need to know is the maximum value I can get out of this potion is what I want to do my comparison when I order the potions from large potion to small potion, because that will give me a more accurate idea of which one's the more important one when I click the insert key. Hopefully that makes sense. So yeah, max roll is quite a simple calculation here. We just literally do number of dice times the number of sides plus the modifier. I'm going to have to... I hate that because it's a static function. That's really annoying. But yeah, I'm going to have to call it quick max roll. Quick max roll. So my ordering is going to be based on... It's going to look at my... I've only got 2 pots, 2 health potions. Small pot, large pot. It doesn't even need to roll the dice now. It just needs to calculate the maximum value I can get out of this potion. and the one with the highest value is the one that I get out first. That's going to be the strongest pot, and that's the one I want to use first. So we're going to do game session manager, which is my static class on my singleton that's keeping track of everything going on in the game on the client side. My current session, get the character out of my current session. I want to use item. Let's do a null check. And we want to use item strongest pot, like that. So yeah, we can test that in a second. Pretty much the same here. This is mana pots. Mana pot IDs. Mana pots. And it works exactly the same here. No, actually, there's no online player count, Scott. But if they want to come in, they can come in. I am running the game at the same time, so if they want to play, we can play. But I'm just fixing a bunch of things that we picked up from the first test. What I've said to people on Discord is that I'm just hanging around McGaffin. So, and Krytak's here as well. Oh, so yes, someone's, yeah, we've got people in voice chat, but I'm streaming, so yep. Anyway, I'm hanging around McGaffin if you guys want to play, fight me or whatever. But in the meantime, I'm just going to test this update that I did. Just double checking, so we're dealing with mana pots here. The mana pot IDs are mana pot big and mana pot. I just need to check that. Pretty sure I followed the same as health. Yep, mana pot big and mana pot. Cool. Now again, this is all client side, so I can test this without too much hassle. Let's see. So if I press insert, I have missed a null check somewhere. Oh, first order default. So first order default works like first, but can also return null. So I was doing a null check, but it wasn't actually reaching it because I wasn't actually expecting nulls because I used first instead of first order default. Okay, try that again. So the other thing we want to check here is to make sure that we can't chug. It should activate the same code we did earlier. Yeah, so I'm spamming my delete key and I got that half a second delay between each pot, which is great. I just need to check the health potions as well. Spamming the insert key. Yeah, half a second between each one. So last thing to do is obviously check if it takes the strongest potion first. So we'll get some small potions and big potions. Spam insert, it's taking those big potions, now it's taking the little potions, and same with delete key, taking the big mana potions, taking the small mana potions. Great, perfect, done. Easy. So let's have a look what else we have here. So potion hotkeys is now done. Chat not logging. Oh, this one's been annoying me actually. So let's change over to chat fixes, because there's a couple of issues here. Chat issues. First issue: chat doesn't work if you don't open the chat window for the first time. Now this should be decoupled from the UI, but for whatever reason it's not. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just half-assed it when I originally did it. Chat window, chat. Clear chat. Send message. So this when I send the message, this is when I add the message. Yeah, it's not decoupled at all. Add message is not going to activate if we've not previously opened the chat dialog, because of the way game objects work in Unity. What ideally we need to do is when we add a message, it goes into memory, and then we open the chat window, it just reloads that chat list. I think actually in the original game it also kept an index of which chat it had already added to the chat UI, and I think that's a good idea to do it that way, because it means I'm not reloading the entire chat history, destroying loads of objects and recreating loads of objects. It's just picking up where it left off. So I think that's what I'll do. So there's that issue. There's also an issue with the chat. The message that comes above the head, like the chat bubble, is really floaty when you move around. So I want to deal with that. We've also got things like chat types. Maybe I don't tackle that one at the moment. That'd be like adding global chat, town chat. Obviously guild, we don't have guilds yet, but guild chat, party chat when we had parties. So yeah, we'll deal with that. Oh, we got some people online. Hello. Yeah, so if I run around like this, you can see how floaty the chat is. If someone says something, in fact, I don't think it happens on my character. Yeah, look. Because of the way the camera is trying to react to it. It's very floaty. So, yeah. That's what we'll try and address now. So let's start with these chat messages. We're adding chat messages literally directly from the notification that comes from the server, which is bad. It basically means that the message from the server is coupled directly with the UI. Now the question is, do I want to maintain? I don't really want to maintain this in the character object necessarily. But the character object is being used as the sort of server, the network object. Let's add it here for now. I'm probably going to add another component. No, I think let's add the component now. You know, let's not half-ass it, because I know what will happen. I'll never go back to it. Okay, let's find out prefab for female. Let's start with female character. Let's add a new component down here. I'm going to call it the chat manager. Actually, we might have a chat manager already. Oh, maybe not. We actually don't have a chat manager. Well, good time as any to add one. and because we have a mail prefab as well, so have the chat manager down here, so they share the same code. There's actually not going to be much difference between the male and the female character in terms of chat, if any, but we don't really have a global owner prefab for this, so it goes on both of them independently. We don't really need to expose anything to the inspector here, but let's start adding some stuff. So we probably want, let's have a look at the structure of the data first. We have a chat type, character name, and a message. So maybe we create an object to store this data, or a struct or something. I feel like we probably need to keep this separate. I think chat can get quite complex and have quite a lot of features, so it'd be good to just separate this into its own thing. Cool. So let's go ahead and add chat message. We have a chat type which already exists. My cat just set off my printer, thank you. It's going to print off 2 blank sheets again, thanks. We have the character name, and then we have the actual message itself. Now this payload can improve in future. I think we can add some cooler stuff in there. I like Evenline. Evenline had this thing where you could link an object into chat, and then you could click on that object and it would open up the information about that object. But it's also things like sharing locations, sharing your item. If you wanted to show off a nice item drop you found, you could link that in the chat as well. So stuff like that I think would be really cool in the future. So we need to store our chat messages. It might be easier to do this with a list, even if it's a bit heavier, because after a certain amount of time, there's probably going to be a limit of chat messages. After a certain amount of time, we have to clear down the old messages and use it, and recreating those arrays doesn't sound fun to me. So I think we'll use a list and just remove them from the list, and the list can maintain it. I'm going to add a message. What's happening here? I'm going mad. Do we have another type of chat messages? Wow, why didn't it list chat message? Oh, what? Jesus Christ. The unit was complaining. No chat text limiter. Yes. What? Any idea what the limit was in OG? I suppose it doesn't matter too much. We could work around it. You're welcome. Chat message limiter. I will keep that in mind while we're working on the chat issues. Crytek. Let's add the message to the message list. And as I said before, we probably want to maintain an index. Because what we want to do here is when the UI is called, it should go into that. It will go into to this messages list from the last chat index. I think that's how I want it to work. Let's see. So chat message comes in, blah blah blah, blah, notified chat message. Yeah, so this is coming in from the server, so something has happened here. And we can say chat message, and we're just encapsulating those values from the server into an object, and then passing that object to our chat manager. So we need to make a reference to this chat manager. There's a good place to do that. I guess up here. Notify chat message. And then we pass that to the chat manager. Okay, so at this point we're not doing anything with the UI, and the index is 0. So I log into the game, and I have about 10 messages come through. Now I'm going to receive those 10 messages. They go into the chat manager, but they don't do anything with the UI yet. It's only until I open the UI. Actually, this add message will disappear. When I open the UI, it's then going to read all the messages from the chat index. So we needed a function to do that. We can do something like get new messages, something like that. And we want to get everything from the chat index forward. The only problem I can see doing it this way actually is if I start removing messages, the indexes get a bit messed up, I think. Or does the maybe a list actually just nulls out those indexes? We can test it, we'll see. So we want to get all the messages from the first index of. How do we do this? Do we have something in .NET that can do this? I actually don't know. Let's ask ChatGPT. Otherwise I'm just going to have to iterate through the array from the index and just add them to a temporary array. There must be a cleverer way of doing it in Link. skip. Skip. Huh. Should have thought of that actually, because we use that in Entity Framework. Is that inclusive? It's not inclusive. So say we've received 2 messages, we go up to index, so it goes 0, 1, so we're at index 1, and then we open the UI again, we want index 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I maintain the index of 1, if I maintain the index of 1, that's wrong, isn't it? Oh no. No, it will, because when I set the chat index, it'll be inclusive, I think. So the chat index becomes that. Right? So I've got like 5. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I take 2. So I take 2. This has to start from 0. If I take 2, I'm going to take 0 and 1. And then my index goes from 0 plus 2 to 2. That would actually be inclusive, so I need to say count -1, don't I think. And we return the new messages. So now in the UI we need to pull that data through. To be honest, we can use add message. Let's see how I've set it up. I can't actually remember. Close init. This is a dialog base, which I know is something that I made a while ago that has some base functionality on here, so we can say when it's opened it brings it to front, and then it does something. We can tell it to do something like get the new messages. However, how do we get a reference to the owner? Could do it in init, I guess, because owner is a variable on the base class here. I don't really want to do it every time I open it though. Maybe I'll do it here. But does init? I don't know if init runs before the game loads. Let's just do it like this for now. Session manager. We just need to get an instance of our session character. And then we need to get the messages. Oh, I don't really like this actually, because the owner doesn't have the chat manager on it, if you recall. Let's just do it like this. Now the other thing we need to worry about here is the streaming from the chat manager. So it's actually the case that we need to have some sort of event that gets fired off from the chat manager if a new message comes in, so that the UI is updated if the UI is already opened. Did I just open up a whole can of worms here? I think I did. because that messes with the indexes as well. Although if the UI is open, to be honest, we can increment the index there. Let's see how it works. Just create a reference to the character. We're going to init here. So we'll create an action here in a minute. Do you know what? We could technically put a flag on the chat message to say whether it's been read or not. But it doesn't deal with the ordering, does it? That's the problem. But then if the items are coming in, maybe we use a queue. First in, first out. Maybe do it this way. Queue, and then we have whether it's read is read is better. Don't use an index like that. But we don't really want to DQ them though, do we? Or do we? Once it's DQ'd, we don't need to see it again. We don't need to store it anymore. And it makes this a lot easier as well, because we can just say it's basically messages.dq. Right, can I DQ multiple? Anyway, I think I might do it this way, to be honest. Because then we can literally just DQ everything here, and also do the action event as well, so that we can raise an event and bring that straight in. Maybe. Let's try it anyway. Oh yeah, okay, we're gonna have to do it like this. Count or length count. Just DQ them all into a list, turn the list like this. Get new messages, and for each message and new messages, we can just run this. And we don't even need the isRead because it's just removed from the queue. We'll hold it there in case, because maybe I don't use the queue. I just can't think. Is there going to be a point where the UI would clear those items? Because it sort of recouples it with the UI at that point, doesn't it? because it's no longer in memory, but then it's not needed in memory if it's been added to the UI. It's hard. I mean, this gives us a good basis for it anyway. We've got this chat manager where we can modify the logic if we need to. But the last thing we need to do here is just deal with the events. So we can have something like public action, chat message, on message received, and we can oh, but we're going to enqueue it as well, aren't we? We kind of need to not enqueue it if it does get invoked. So we can register the event here. Character on message received. Oh, no. Chat manager on message received. We have this event firing off. Let's call it whatever. Chat manager. Received, and the signature of this was a chat message. That should hook up quite nicely, and we can literally just add the message like this. Now, obviously, as I say, the problem with this is that we're also enqueuing it, so the next time we reopen the chat message or the chat window, it's going to add it again, so it will duplicate. So can we just remove it potentially? Okay, you can't actually remove it, I don't think. So that's where it kind of where the queue falls over. And why it's not really fit for this sort of purpose. Because I can't call back to that event. Because what I could do is just assume that when this gets received, I can just clear this queue, but that's not always going to be the case, especially if chat comes in very fast. So I think we need to go back and use the isRead function. I just think that this isn't, it just isn't fit for purpose using a queue. So we're going to add it. So new messages is actually just going to be message.isRead is false. And then we can just say for each message, new messages isRead is true, because we're pulling it out at this point. Now we just need to deal with this one, which we want to just mark as read. And we can just reuse this function here as well. And we can also do that over here. Unless we want to do it here, actually. We could potentially do it, rather than doing it here, we can control it from the UI, because the UI is saying, yeah, I've added it to the interface, let's mark it as read. Like that. I have no idea if this is going to work, but let's see. that deals with that. I'm going to have to run another local version. So I'm going to try now. Two things. I'll send a message with the UI turned off, and then I'll do it with it turned on and see if it reacts how I think it should react. Just see if that worked. No. I'm just running over on my other account here. Oh, that might be why, because it's I'm connected to the server, the live server. Obviously, didn't build a new version. What? Unity is disconnected from Unity services for some reason. They must be having an issue. Here we go. Let's try again. Make sure we're on the same server. Yep, that's correct. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to chat on civilian. Comes up in global, that's fine. If I load the chat, doesn't come up though. Yeah, it's not actually coming up at all, but my chat works, weirdly enough. Just other players for some reason. How weird. So all observers receive the chat messages. Create the object. Yeah, actually, funny. So this code does get hit because of this runs, which is really odd. So we add the message. Add the messages to the list. Let's ignore this one for now. Actually, let's not ignore this. So this must be getting run because my own chat works, right? Yeah. So my own chat works, and therefore it must be reaching the add message. Oh. Oh, I said 0 references then, I was like that. But yeah, this doesn't work for other people's messages for some reason. Seems more like an issue with networking. No errors. We've got to a point where the bugs just aren't as simple as they were. Just is what it is. We have to debug this. So invoking on chat message received, which takes us up to the UI. Now I'm sure this runs. But let's just do this anyway. And then on open, see what happens. I just saw someone clip through the wall there. Who was that? I think they got teleported. Whoa, okay. That might be because I overwrote the files with the new build. Yeah, so this is getting triggered by this function, which is on message received, which is our action. So let's load the other account and see if the code runs at all. Civilian, wasn't it? Nothing. So it doesn't reach the code for some reason. Because strangely enough, that code should execute the same way as if I was the logged in player, which does work. It just doesn't reach here for some reason. Let's debug that one. Yeah, the female damage noises are interesting, Scott. They are the OG sounds though. Just got to wait for it to lock my character out. Hold on. Shall I do it as loud as possible? No, I'm joking. Yeah. Maybe I could lower the volume on that somewhat. Anyway. So we do hit this code. But it doesn't How weird. Why is that happening then? Oh, hold on a minute. I know what's happening here. All characters have chat manager on them. So I'm looking at the observer. Yeah. So actually the chat manager can't really be on the owner. It needs to be a singleton or something. A centralized chat manager that deals with all of the customers, all of the characters. Yeah, that's what's happening. The reason it worked before is because it was accessing this singleton up here, which was shared amongst all of the characters. So how do we do this? Because yeah, this is the chat message that comes from the server, from that player's server, not necessarily you. Which is why, because this is just registering. Yeah, this is just registering my character, which is why I'm not receiving messages from any other character. So maybe we change the way this works then. Let's move the chat manager off of the prefabs. And it's going to be part of the scene instead. And parent is client. Chat manager. So chat manager is always going to be there. It needs to be a singleton. So let's get that pattern in there. So chat manager is now a singleton. Now if a message comes to us, we can do chat manager instance to add message. Now the problem we have here now is, oh, let's remove all the chat manager stuff from here. It's gone, and that's gone. Yeah, the problem we have here is the order in which these things initialize. I'm assuming the chat manager is going to initialize prior to the UIs being initialized. So I'm just going to run with that and say, oh no, hold on. Actually, I think it's easier. This is actually easier. We can just do it like this. On message received. Yeah, like that. Same with this. Same with this. Same with this. So now we have a centralized chat manager where all of the characters are going to push their messages into. It also registers that single instance on the UI. And yeah, so that works basically how it worked before, just decouples the UI directly with the character. Okay. Third time lucky. Good. Good. If I close it, I'm going to send like a few messages. If I reopen it, I should get 3. Yeah, that actually works really well. Yeah, perfect. Good. One more bug down. Krytek said his character's model's wiener is too small. Well, he probably just, you know, there is like sliders and things on the character select screen. He probably just built the character in his own proportions, like a lot of people do. Anyway, so the chat is done, I think. Chat log, not always looking for observers, is done. I don't think I'm going to do chat types. Oh, we had, oh, this was the other one. Double tapping enter causes UI to lock. Yeah. So pressing enter opens the chat menu. I can type away, press enter. But now I can't press I or B or any of the hotkeys or anything because it thinks I'm still in the input box. If I click away, things start working again. So yeah, I think that's what's happening here. But I think if I press enter, press something, then press enter. Oh no, it still does it. It's like, it looks like it loses focus, but it hasn't actually lost focus because we have this little function. Character input. Oh. No, it's going to be on the UI, I reckon. Dialogues, chat. Enter. I don't even handle enter separately. Maybe not. Oh, no, hold on. Yeah, send messages is the button handler. How do I handle it? I don't even handle this. Press enter. How is that even handled? Don't know. UI manager, perhaps. Yeah, because it's return, not enter. Enter's on the right hand side of the keyboard. I'm an idiot. We press return, and oh, we have a better way of doing this now since I've written this code. It's something like is dialogue active? Yeah, is dialogue active? Chat. Not that I think it makes much difference, but it might. It might be a bit more performative. So yeah, this is where if we press enter on the keyboard, it opens the chat menu and then activates the input field. Oh, could that be why? Because actually activate input field was happening regardless, wasn't it? Maybe that actually does fix it. Because we only want to do this if the maybe I can't figure out the order that things are happening here. If the dialogue is active, I think because we can use this one as well, is typing an input field. Because we could technically do it here. This is crap because we're already checking if it's active up here. We could do something like this. If not is typing the input field, then activate. But I don't know what actually handles the sending of the message. If it is active, so actually if it's not active, I think this is where the problem is, because if it's not active, we do want to we actually want to open it. We want to make it active, and maybe we can do the else here, something like that. And if it's not typing, i.e. it's not focused, then we focus it. Because if it is focused, I have a feeling the button is being activated because it's right next to the text box. But let's see how this reacts. Enter actually isn't focusing it. Actually, it's a bit more responsive now, but still doesn't deal with the initial issue. Let me have a look at what's actually blocking it. I think it is the is typing in text field function. Oh, maybe it's UI Manager. Yeah, I think it's this. Now, if I press enter the second time, I think it defocuses it, but well, it's supposed to defocus it, but it isn't. Yes, it's this. This is currently selected. Maybe we currently selected. I think we set this to null at some point. Oh, it's no, because it's not it's not got a setter. Current selected game objects. I thought I had somewhere that deselected, but I can't remember where it is. If not, is dialog active? We want to open it. That's correct. And then we also want to do that because it's the first time that we've loaded it from the return key. If it is active and we're not typing, yeah, this is what's causing that toggle. Which is kind of, it's actually smoother, but I don't really like it. So it's active. Maybe we don't do this. What happens when we actually press the return key on the chat? Yes, oh actually this is where I was doing it. Maybe we need to do something like this. Which actually happens on the close, but I think maybe we need to do it when we send message. But could that be annoying? What if you want to send multiple messages in a row, you know? Oh, I hate UI. UI is really difficult. Maybe we could have a flag that says if it was open from the return key, which means it would close automatically after you send the message. That could work. Let's try it like that. Let's have something like temp open, right? Or we could say something like temp open is true. And after we send the message, temp open and close like that. Because then that's going to run this, which is going to deselect it and hopefully give control back to the user on the other hotkeys. I just don't know if people are going to like that. They might find that a bit annoying, but isn't that like modern games? I don't know. If you don't explicitly go into the chat but you use enter to start a chat, it should disappear after the chat message. Or am I talking out my arse? Yeah, I mean that works. Like you press enter, type, it goes away, and the rest of my HUD becomes available again. Now if I press T, that's slightly different. It doesn't activate the box automatically, and it can stay up all the time. So if I do that, it doesn't even react. Oh, because that's the enter key, not the turn key. Yeah, that feels really annoying. I have to press return again to activate it. When I send the message, can I reactivate? Maybe. Oh, what if they want to just press T? T. Yeah, I mean, I press enter, or sorry, return, automatically puts my cursor into the text box. I send the message and it disappears. I press T, it opens, and I can do whatever, scroll through it. I can send messages, but it's not going to keep reactivating that text box. I don't know if that's how players would like it to be, but I think for the sake of this bug, it's fixed. So I'm going to say it's fixed and be done with it, because chat is getting on my nerves. The chat system. Just going to tick that off of my list. Double tap and causes UI to lock is done. What else we got? Use item delays done. And paralyze on NPCs. Now this one, I'm pretty sure I know what is causing this. There's actually two effects that paralysing the NPC has. One is that the NPC can still move, and I think it's just I haven't implemented it, but also the animations lock up, and I think that's because the animation code is shared for paralyze. You can double check that. Owner motor, I believe. It's like animate. It's updates. No. Animate, attack, magic attack. We have oh, actually, I think that it might be because there isn't a shared function for this. Is it like yeah, it's animate NPC. And here we go, yeah. So move magnitude is actually affecting the way that the animations work, and we're just setting it to 0 if we're paralysed. So that part is done. The problem is when we go into the state machine for the walking state, we're not checking if we are paralysed. There's a few things that are going to happen in the state machine. For example, attacking should be possible, especially if they're long range, like an ogre. Or can they? I can't remember if that was in OG. Can NPCs attack if they're paralysed? Maybe they can't. I feel like maybe they can't. I think just to fix the problem initially is to reset them back to the idle state if they are paralysed. Yeah, I think I'll do that. So if they're paralysed, we're going to change state to idle state. And return out of that. If they are attacking, same deal. We could probably make it a bit more efficient by putting it up there in the dead state. I mean, if you're dead, you can't do anything. If you're idle, so this is our decision logic. Do we even want to make a decision if we're paralysed? Probably not. We could probably get away with just doing that. Oh, we're already in idle state, but yeah, just do that. That works, I think. Let's try it. I have to build a new server. Shut up, Unity. Summon an ogre. Test it with that. Paralysed. Just get that ready on my 4 key. Summon ogre. How's the case sensitive? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that works. I just don't know if they're supposed to attack. I can't remember. Because human players can. Oh, of course, yeah. Well, at least that works as well. The paralyze is being removed by taking damage. That'll do for now. It can be improved later. What else have we got here? HUD health values. This is some more UI work, but this might be a bit interesting. The HUD, it has these orbs on them to show the health and the mana. They're not very useful unless there's some values there. I just didn't want to clutter the UI, but I think it has to be done because it's not very intuitive otherwise. Let's have a look at the main HUD. So it looks like this. We have a couple of HUD issues actually. Because the other thing is it doesn't work with scanning screens, so I need to sort that out as well. simplest thing really is you have a resource bar controller, and maybe we add a text field here, maximum value, minimum value, or current value, maximum value, and just update that the same way that we update the graphic. Yep, using apply value. In fact, we have current value there. Maybe we can have another function, apply text, because we've got the, like for example with HP there, with HP and max HP, we can pass those two values into a new function that updates two individual text fields. Or we just show a value. How does Diablo do it? Diablo. Oh, they have the values floating on the top. Don't know if I like that. I was just going to put the values in the orbs. But it's very intuitive. It literally says life and mana. We don't have a lot of room on our HUD either. It takes up a lot of room. See how it looks with overlapping objects. Oh, that's another issue, isn't it? We've got poisoned there. Poison text is where I was going to put the values. There's no reason why we can't put this in some sort of container, like a vertical layout group, maybe. Force expand. We don't really want to do that, do we? No, because it will try and take up all of the room. Probably needs to go above it, probably needs to be white. Fun we're using drop shadow, or maybe we can change this to outline. Oh no, drop shadow looks so much better. But this would essentially be our values. Health value, and it would be something like 100. Maybe we have a health max value. So it'd have to be in a horizontal. Could it be smaller? Maybe it could be smaller. And create one for the MP orb as well. container, we'll call it. Text. Don't need poison, that can go. Menu value. And a max value. And let's add a couple of variables here for text elements. That'll be current value and maximum value. Set text. I'm playing with integers here so we can avoid that conversion. This is current text or text actually. So set text. HP and max HP. See for MP. MP and max MP. What we might need to do here is the text container. Now, I think we'll just do a null check. Because they're not there, are they? And now we just have to hook those values up and see what happens. Oh, one thing I need to check is to make sure that if I haven't got the poison text showing, yeah, it lines up nicely. That's good. Now let's hook these values up and MP as well. And because they use the same function, this update MP happens whenever there's a change to MP. It's using the same triggers and everything, so it's just going to set the text whenever it gets an update. Let's see what happens. Those numbers kind of suck. Is it because the numbers are big that it looks a bit off? Or maybe there needs to be a gap between the slash? Try something like 5. That's better, yeah, that looks a lot better. It's not all bunched up. Now I am running at how many int? VIT rather, 177. Actually, I've got quite a lot of VIT. So my numbers aren't too bad considering. It just looked a lot worse when all the numbers are bunched together. You just summon something that can damage me. Come on, Ogre, you hitting me. Yeah, that's much better. Whoa, you moonwalking, guys. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is that range? Well, leave McGaffin alone. Damn, you guys are so tanky. Oh, he's on me now. What is it with you and McGaffin, man? Leave him alone. Right, anyway, this looks really good. I like this. Should we put it on stamina? I look a bit crap. We'll leave it like this. I think it looks good. HUD health values done. Okay, what else we got? Items I'm going to too small. Collisions. Fly damage, UI scaling with HUD. I think maybe I should fix that. Also got the minimap randomly disappearing. Poison on melee weapons might be a good one to do, since we have poison already. But people aren't really testing poison. Let's have a look at this max health command issue. So max health command, if I'm dead, it doesn't revive me. I mean, this isn't a very important thing because it really is only used for debugging, but I think it'll be a quick one to fix. So how does revive die? Actually, don't remember where this is. Maybe it's in here. Oh, it might be called restart actually. What am I thinking? Yes, restart. Request restart. I might have to create another function for this because the problem with restart is that it also teleports. be nice and quick. Private void, request, revive. I mean, we can use this in the future for the revival wand as well. What does restart do here? It sets idle. Oh, I actually need to do this, don't I? And notify restart, I think, does the same thing. Yeah, I think these both need to be there. Maybe this needs to be here as well. We can just pass in its own position because we're not changing position, we're just reviving in place. And same for this one as well. Request revive. So what we can just say here is if it's dead, request revive. In fact, we're actually on the server at this point anyway, so that's fine. Else is because the request revive already does that, I think. Yeah, maximum. But it doesn't give crits back, which I think was the same in OG. But the max health command does. But I think maybe this should also remove any negative effects as well. How do I do that without removing all the positive effects? Might as well just list them. Like motor, effect manager, dot remove. Oh, maybe we can create a new function. Or actually, just for simplicity, because we don't know until we start adding more stuff, let's just remove poison. Basically curing the character. And I don't think we have any other negative effects. Maybe we can do a frozen effect tonight. That might be a good one. Slow the character down. But that deals with this one anyway. That bug is squashed. We should probably double check it. So let's build a new version of the server, because we've just changed the server. And then see how it looks. Yes. I don't know why you keep doing that to me, Unity. So let's Sudoku. Not enough mana. Oh, great. Ironically, I need to use the command to get mana. Can I kill myself before I run out of mana though? No. Maybe I'll just run into a pit and die. We'll get this, the ogre's tail. Come on, finish me off, guys. Okay. Max health should revive me. No. Why though? Cannot complete action because client is not active. Interesting. So I assume it's to do with request. Actually, I can look at the log, can't I? Oh, okay. Oh no, that's correct. Must be request revive. This is supposed to be an easy one. It's clearly not running these. Because it's not giving me my HP and stuff back. Can we just do this? Maybe let's just simplify it. Yeah, if we are dead, we want to be not dead, and then run the notifications to say that we've restarted. Motors restarted. Because when you're dead, it changes your layer to dead owner layer for the ordering on how things are drawn on top of each other. That's what that deals with. Yeah, I'm not really sure where it's falling over actually. Let's try this. That build correctly. Appear to have done so, but let's try it. Oh, I need to die again. Oh, I've not. But no health, okay. Right, I'm dead. Stealth. Okay, if that works, we just now have to remove this screen and then we're pretty good there. Notify restart. What actually removes that UI element though? So I would have thought that would have done it, but clearly not. believe it's on the UI manager, or is it here? Loading. Maybe it's on the HUD. Death overlay. Yeah, what triggers this to disappear after I revive? Oh, actually, I think it's triggered by clicking the button. Which is actually a bad way of doing it. Yeah. If I click the restart button, it hides it. Who designed this? But that's okay. I can just do this. My manager instance.hud.death_overlay.hide. I mean, we're sort of doubling up on that. Although, to be fair, we can just remove it from here. So we're relying on the response from the server to make that disappear. I mean, what we could do is disable the button just to avoid double clicking. How do we set disabled? Is this enabled? Yeah, maybe we can just enable it here. I think that will deal with, you know, the graying out the button and stuff. Alright, third time lucky, let's try this. At least we've got a function now for we do like Resurrection 1 and stuff. Alright, let's unalive myself again. Come on, get a few good hits. Oh, big one. There we go. Max health. Perfect. Working well. So that bug is done. It is now actually time for another playtest. I'm just going to check with the guys who's on. I'm going to have to connect back to the server's IP. Some people on. Oh. All invisible. Another bug? What bug? Oh, yeah. That's because there is no default behaviour for mobs outside of pits. Is this SG from a pit or summoned? Yeah, it's not going to work if it's not coming from a pit. Getting a bit of choppiness here. It's a bit weird. As we can see, yeah, I mean, oh, he's relogged. That's fine. I fixed it earlier. Done about 20 bucks from the stream. Yeah, so this is the game logged in with other players, which is working really nicely. I think everything's very smooth. The testing today has uncovered quite a lot of things that need work, but we're working through them. In fact, I've got the minimap bug that I need to address. That's probably one of the next ones I'm going to do, actually. Oh, I'm sorry, there's no celebrating light. It's all good. Someone posted a bug that the slimes move too fast. I guess they do move faster than the original game, but they're just slimes. They're not exactly going to overwhelm you and kill you. Have you thought about the hit detection that allows mobs to not be hit when you step too close to them? The mobs to not be hit. Oh, okay, I think I know what you mean. I think I've had this when you dash. Yeah, the hit detection is a bit iffy, and it only really works for human-sized things. Like slimes have the same sort of radius as a human. Things like ogres and stone golems are a bit different because their hitboxes are bigger. But the hit detection doesn't scale to that hitbox. So yeah, I think that needs. Yeah, I think it normally happens when you dash, and if there's latency as well, I think it happens. Because obviously the latency is going to be a desync issue. But I'll add that to my list to work on. Oh, here we go. I've got one right here. My foot is in the slime. So, yeah, it's move away. Now it's fine. Yeah, that is it. So hit detection. Let me have a quick look here. Hit detection is attack. Motor. Yeah, no worries. So hit detection happens in here, I think. Which I think, yeah, it's get owner position. Whether this is specifically for dashing. Okay, so server block. Yeah, I think this is it. Get owner at position, which uses a sphere cast. Ah, yes. So technically, if two colliders overlap, and the sphere cast originates from within that overlapping part of the sphere, it's not actually going to trigger on the collider. I know why this has changed. I changed it to a sphere cast from something else. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, overlap sphere. Because overlap sphere will check those overlaps, but it's only a single point. It doesn't cast out from a place, and the reason I cast out is because I'm trying to cast out within you see there 35 degrees of the forward facing direction of the player, which is sort of equivalent to the 8 directions you have on OG, a 35 degree angle. Because I want to see if there's a mob in front of you, 35 degree angle in front of you, which is why we want to cast out, but we lose that precision with the overlap. So yeah, not really sure, unless it is the angle. Maybe it's like sitting right outside that 35 degree angle because I'm sort of inside the target. Hard to tell, really. Yeah, I think it's happening again. I can see this actually from, because there's some debug rays on it. Oh, I thought there was. Are they turned off? I mean, I have made some improvements to Zerk. In the new build that none of you will see XD. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. It's behind the mob. It's inside the mob. So if you think of like two cubes, if the ray cast initiates from inside the cube, it doesn't detect that cube as a target. It would only be if you come inside from outside. So, why are these slimes flying across the screen? Oh, a shield. Grab the shield, guys. See if it's any use. Oh, and a dagger. Crap. Exhaustive and luck. I haven't even got a luck mechanic yet. Berserkers. Is it? I think there is. I think there is a Berserkers run out message. Yeah, Berserk Magic released. Yeah, I think. I mean, obviously there might be a bug on your build. Graphics effect persists after death if you die with it. Oh. That is a good point, actually. Oh yeah, I don't think it releases Berserk on death. Let me check that. Die. Oh no, it does. Yeah, it does. I mean, there might be a bug there that's related to the issue earlier. So yeah, I think it's probably related to that earlier Zerk bug. There should be a release message. It's definitely there because I was getting loads of them earlier when they were stacking. So. Might be good to give you guys the new build, to be honest. That might alleviate some of your issues. Just means having to download it again. Yeah. That's fine. I mean, we can always test it another time. Got the open beta coming up next month, so that gives me time to work on the other bugs. Yeah, I think this issue where I'm getting stuck inside the slime It's definitely more common than it used to be. I thought it was latency related, but yeah, really weird. Yeah, open beta next month, end of December basically. It'll probably go into January just because of the Christmas break. You gotta read the announcements. Very nice little screenshot. The interrupt. Stop interrupting me, this never used to happen. Yeah, I've been busy this week as well, that's why I've got hardly anything done on the development, to be honest. Today's been very productive. Yeah, I'm job hunting at the moment, and I'm away next week, so I'm preparing for that, so yeah. We all get busy, it's all good. Slime respawn rate is a bit low. Need more slimes to fight. Yeah, it is my job. But I need an actual job as well for income. Skeletons. Get them, boys. Yeah, NPCs. It's actually on my list to do, is to fix the ability for NPCs to walk into the water. They really should drop the shields and stuff. And they're wearing helmets as well. Can't remember what sword they're using. Short sword of some sort. I could have skeletons wear full armor, technically. That would be cool. Or maybe like damaged versions of the armor. Too hard to target. This is kind of difficult. Like if you make the hitboxes too big, yeah, it would be more difficult if the hitboxes were bigger. But maybe I could make them bigger to make it easier to target. The reason why it's easier to target in the original game is because it was the map was broken up into cells. There's only a finite number of places you can click, but in a 3D environment you can click on any pixel, and one pixel could be the difference between hitting something and not hitting something. Ironically, I find it a very common problem that I have is accidentally clicking on myself and picking something up, or picking up nothing, but picking up air. Random generated armors with different sets, yeah, that'd be good. I think I had them rock in like Flambergs or something before as a test, but it'd be good to give them, they could have like unique stuff as well, because I want all of the mobs to be scalable. Like even slimes could have different versions of slimes that are, I think Olympia has like elite versions or something, but they could visually look better as well. Skeletons that wear horned helmets or use two-handed weapons and stuff. It means that I can reuse the same assets and make them a bit more powerful. Even give them magic, because in fact those skeletons, they use the same rig as human characters, so they can wear the same armour, wield the same weapons, use all the same animations, perform magic. See you, Widder. Objective type character has been destroyed. What was that? Oh, damage text. Yeah, I didn't actually write that one down on Jira. Let me add that. Damage text and magic text using reference to invalid characters. So that's usually when someone dies or teleports because they're changing map or whatever. The magic text and the damage text is still trying to reference the character. I tried tackling it before, but obviously I've not done a very good job of it. Yeah, I did kind of stop on the NPC development stuff because I wanted really to focus on the PvP elements, like making sure people could fight each other, the way that characters interacted wasn't laggy and cumbersome. But now that this playtest is ending, I will be working on new mobs, filling out the maps with pits. Like for example, there is no skeleton pit at the moment, but there is skeletons in the game. There's no ogre pit at the moment, but there is ogres in the game. We need to start adding mountain giants, etins, orcs, obviously magic orcs, snakes, and then start doing the more complex ones like cyclops and things, hellhounds maybe, and building up their loot tables, which should be quite straightforward. We've got a lot of items in the game now. Most of the swords, most of the hammers, axes. We've got a couple of shields. We could probably do with doing more of those. Armors. We've got basic armor for all classes, apart from archers. Archers haven't had much development yet. And battle mages, actually. Battle mages have the staffs, but not. I wanted to have them have dedicated armor that was unique to that sort of subclass. So all of those items could be added to drop, loot tables and things now. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you could go down the route of having them have different equipment. They would look the same in terms of like their race. They're green, menacing looking creatures, but you could have different equipment and different animations for the type of class that they use. In fact, I could give them the same sort of animations that humans use. How when I'm casting, I get down and do this gesture. You could give that to orcs or something similar. But the OG orcs are kind of weird looking. Yeah, it's the power of humanoid rigs in Unity, to be honest. Once you've got a humanoid armature, bone structure, you can apply any humanoid action to them. So I could have skeleton mages that do that sort of animation to cast a spell. Make them wear hats, you know, or ripped robes, things like that. And more asset reuse is better. It means that I can optimize easier. I can reduce the number of unique textures I need to make for different mobs. It's already bloated as it is. It's like 450 meg already. I could probably halve that over time with the current bloated texture stuff that I've got. A lot of the times I make these 3D models quickly. I'm not a very good artist, so I have very large texture sets, 1024 by 1024 or 2048 by 2048, which are completely unnecessary. I just haven't UV packed them very well. But yeah, as well as the loot tables, I need to get in the different effects that item stats have. Quite a few of them are done. Stuff that's already in the game. For example, crit rate increase. Critical increase percentage, which is, it just affects your chance of receiving a crit when you take damage. But crit's already in the game, so that sort of stat is already done. There's things like righteous. We don't have a rep system. I don't like how the rep system is done in the original game, so that's why I've held off on that one. There's like the consecutive damage one. I don't think that's implemented yet. Poison is on my list to do, because we have poison fully working now. Poison on melee weapons is a no-brainer. Do next. Although I do get sort of decision paralysis with this sort of thing, because I also want to change the way poison works. I want poison to stack, but stack to with a limit. So maybe mass poison does PD 60, and you can have a maximum stack of 100 PD, so 100 damage per tick, and that can come from different sources. I would maybe allow multiple mass poisons, but I prefer it to be like a mage poisons you, and then a warrior poisons you with a sword, and that causes the stacking of poison. Just so there's a bit of variety. Oh, it's raining. Yeah, I mean, I say that, I tell myself that all the time. It doesn't need to look polished, it doesn't need to look the best, it just needs to run well. And to be honest, that's what these playtests are about. We're really testing basic stuff. We're not testing like fishing mechanics or alchemy or anything. We're testing really basic, how smooth does it feel, and how does it play? How do people enjoy the controls and the way the interactions between players and the mobs and stuff work? But I also like to make media posts on Discord and show people what I've been working on, because sometimes I get bored of just crunching bugs or writing network code that I just want to make something cool. It's like the freeze effects. Like I could get freeze effects in 30 minutes, but I want it to look good. but I know as soon as I try to add a freeze effect, it's going to conflict with the invisibility effect and the berserk effect. It's just going to be a nightmare. Got any image ideas? Take some for the websites. You see, Kingo is very patriotic with his stars and stripes. Do some listening. On you or? Oops. Oh, got an EK. Nice. Jar Jar noob. I'm out of mana. I'm out of mana. Hold on. Max health. Boom. I have mana. The other one that I desperately need to do is defense stats. Now, I've done DR and I've done PA. Although PA I need to have a think about. MA is the one that I need to do because I'm splitting it a bit like when I did HP World. I'll be splitting it in earth, air, water and fire. There's also corruption and clonus, which obviously clonus was like holy damage, I guess, and then corruption was the opposite. In HP World we actually had rep and negative rep, so that you could go negative 10k rep or positive 10k rep. It also had some spells that we did, like Strike of the Ghosts, Vampiric Gaze, and a few other things, can't remember. But those spells, they required a rep value of like minus 5,000 or something, and they applied that sort of holy damage. So I think a lot of the time I do get a bit decision paralysis and think, oh, I really want to do it properly now, but I really need to implement something so people can test it. I've not played Portal. Yeah, I've not played it. How did they do it? Because I mean, I'm not big-headed or anything. Well, I sort of am, but a lot of the servers that I see usually copy HP World the way that we implemented it. Hide HUD button coming up. That'd be good for a screenshot system, actually. Let's add that to my list. Hide HUD. Hide HUD button. New feature. Hide HUD button. Oh, you can hear. I didn't realise you were in here. Lurking, yeah, that's what everyone does. Don't want to talk to me, just want to lurk. Oh, I got stuck on that slime. Unfortunately, no, Dominic. It is technically cross-platform because Unity is very good at doing the cross-platform stuff, but I haven't created a build for Mac yet. I think that probably won't come until it gets up on Steam, which hopefully should be for the closed beta next month. because it makes it much easier to distribute it and create builds for the different platforms. They had staves and weapons you could add elemental damage to them, and the only way to negate that damage was to add the same element to your armors. Do you mean the melee attacks from the staves would deal elemental damage? Or do you mean that you get extra elemental damage when you cast spells? Because that was sort of like that was sort of the whole point of the world, to be honest, when we designed it that way. You had to you had to poke the enemy to see which spells to use, because they might be using heavy fire absorption set, for example. Because I think we lowered the cap as well. I think you can only have up to 30% or something for each element. I really can't remember. Extra spell damage. Yeah, I mean we've got different opportunities here. Like these, I don't know if you've seen these spell books. The spell book that I'm holding. This gives extra damage. This is a spell book of water, so it gives it extra damage to water spells. So obviously Blizzard would do a lot more damage. And the idea, there was going to be a mechanic on these spell books where you can get the basic spell book from the Magic Keeper or wherever, and then you collect pages, and you can collect up to 5 pages from various monsters. Obviously there'll be a rare drop, and once you've filled your book, then it would basically increase that value from 5% to maybe 10% extra damage. Just as a little mini game related for, like, specifically for mages. Oh, I just broke my staff. Bonus wand. Got a new one. Yeah, there was another mechanic we had in World as well, where we had blending staffs, and what they would do is you'd have something like a smoke staff. So smoke is a combination, I think, between fire and water, and what it would do is if you casted a fire spell, it would do 75% fire and 25% water. So I don't know how often they were used, but the idea was that it was easier to poke people because you could do 2 lots of damage, and especially now where I'm going to be different damage text for different elements, you could see how much damage each element does. So like blue for water, red for fire. So I might introduce those blending ones back in and make them useful. Or even have it, rather than having individual wands, because adding more wands you just get to a point where everyone uses the same one anyway. It might be that you just add an enchantment, so then you would enchant the wand with a sort of a blended element. So it'd be like smoke, lava would be earth and fire together, things like that. So you just won him. What a noob. Oops. Yeah, kinesis absorption, I need to remove that actually. It's not a stat that I want to use anymore. That was pulled over from HP World. Kinesis is just magic that does physical damage, and it's a battle mage thing. Ugh, getting tired now. Yeah, all in all, I think the playtest has gone quite well. We got loads of stuff, and it's all the stuff I wanted as well. It's stuff that was like really nitty gritty, small issues that, like, thinking of the small stuff to make it so that I'm working on things that are really fundamental to the game before we move on to the more complex systems like partying and guilds and stuff. Getting it right and then moving on, I think, was the best way to do it, and I think all the playtesters have done a good job at giving me what I needed. Yes, it is. I'm not actually sure how XP from players works at the moment. The way it works on NPCs is that the NPC has a pool of XP, available XP, that you can draw from it. You get XP every time you hit the slime or whatever. I think, like, if you hit it for 10 damage, you take 10 XP out of that pool, and then when the slime dies, you receive whatever's left in the pool. So you can still get XP from doing damage. Against players, I don't think there's anything actually implemented for it. I think it might just be, if you do 100 damage to a player, you get 100 XP. It doesn't draw it from any pool of XP, it just returns that as the value. Now, I'm really having this issue a lot now, getting stuck in the slimes. Really annoying. Like here, it's when it's moving and you try to occupy the same position as the slime at the same time. Yeah, I need to think about, I mean, I'll have some time to do this next week because I'm away. Thinking about all of the marketing stuff, Kinga, because I'm working with Scott on the other bits. Because the Steam page needs to be up 100%, because in 4 weeks' time I'll be putting the builds up on there for early access for the closed beta, including hopefully the Mac version. So that needs to be up and running. It needs to be up and running as soon as possible, really, because you want to get people engaged in the Steam page before you actually release it, I think. There's also socials as well, which Scott's helping with. He'll work on getting in new players, but also, I mean, bringing old players back if they happen to be on socials looking for a game similar to Helrift. Yeah, I've not really got any deadline, just as soon as possible, really. Definitely before the end of the year, obviously, but I'm not going to push for it. And I know that a lot of it's going to be waiting on graphics and things, which I'm just not very good at. I still need logos and things like that. Come on, slimes, drop me something good. I want an ancient short sword or something. Spirit absorption. God, I didn't. Spirit. What was I using spirit for in HP World? I mean, it's not. I'm pretty happy with the graphics, to be honest. I think I've got the right level of graphics for a one-man band. You know, if I went any higher fidelity, I'd really struggle to get anything done. At the moment, I can make things in a day or less. But I do look at things. I think it's just perfectionism. I look at things and I think that could be better. Like the way that the lighting works on these slimes looks a bit odd compared to the rest of the game. The plate armor for male characters is just the female character one made bigger. So if you look on the back, it looks like a crop top. In fact, it kind of clips into the character because of that. The horns on the horned helm don't angle the way I want it to. But to be honest, the graphics issue I'm talking about is like static graphics, screenshots and editing things for the Steam page, stuff like that. Oh, I found an ancient dagger. See how much damage it does. If I could even hit someone. Oh my! I just did 132 damage with a dagger. That was pretty nuts. Who said daggers were useless? Don't make me hit you with this 132 damage dagger. Yeah, I think this dagger's a bit overpowered, to be honest. Imagine if I was dual wielding two of these daggers, I'd be doing almost 300 damage. Probably needs a bit of balance. I do like how the small weapons look now. Like the daggers in the original game looked really bad. I think this actually looks nice. I like all the smaller weapons now. Especially like the claymore. Claymore's my favourite weapon. Because it actually looks like a claymore. A real life claymore. My ancient one was doing like 300, 400 damage earlier. You know, there's actually a level above ancient now. We've got I think it's just called legendary, which does extra 3 dice faces, whereas ancient is 2 extra dice faces and sharp is 1 extra. I think I'll probably spend some time, maybe half a week or so before the open beta, to do some work on PvE elements as well. Mining is probably the best candidate, but I also really want to get woodcutting in because it wasn't in the OG and I really like the idea of woodcutting. But I definitely think having some skill based stuff in would be good. I don't know why I do so much damage with it, because I'm a mage. I shouldn't be doing that much damage. Oh dude, my dagger just broke. Oh, I've got this. Ah, I've got a poisonous dagger with legendary. Yeah, that's pretty strong. Water absorption, yes. So the armor's dropping the water absorption stats and stuff. So it's all implemented in a way. I just haven't hooked it up with the magic, the casting magic system and done the reduction calculations. We just have global MA at the moment. But I also want to do it with physical damage. One thing I was thinking about earlier was stagger. So in the OG, a big problem I felt was that mages had to have huge damage output because they could rarely cast their spells because they were always interrupted. I feel like stagger should be a thing, and it shouldn't be every time you get hit. It should be possibly based on the weapon type. Maybe have it as a stat on the weapon. Oh, okay. How many daggers am I going to break? What's to do? Yeah, King. I'm not sure if it's required to have a video. I'm pretty sure I've seen other pages that just use screenshots. Be good to maybe, because you can run the game multiple times with multiple windows, and getting a screenshot near City Hall or something, somewhere populated with lots of players around. But you could also be in a slime pit like here, or fighting an ogre. Maybe with 3 or 4 players lined up fishing, Showcase PvE elements as well. I think that's it. I'll double check on the Steamworks page at some point this weekend and let you know. But it's mainly the Steam logo and just the content. You can actually put images in the description in Steam as well, so we could do that. I see, like some games, I see they put GIFs. I think once we've got a good format, another thing to think about is the devlogs that I wanted to do, because there'll need to be screenshots there as well. Well, I think I'm going to end things here. I think it's been very productive today. We've got a lot of bugs fixed. Still lots to go. which I can work on over this weekend. Everything I do is just good enough. I'm happy with anything to be good enough. Things can always change. I think X's Mad has hit the nail on the head. Make the game fun. That's what these playtests are about, making sure that the game is enjoyable and engaging. Doesn't matter really how it looks. I mean, people still play Helrift, for God's sake. It doesn't have to look like an A-star game. Worry about that later if we want to get someone professional. I don't know, you might produce something that's like blows my mind. Oh, I broke another dagger. What else we got here? Yeah, I think it'd be quite cool once poison on melee weapons is working. It'd be good for short swords and things. Yeah. Yeah, just let me know if you need anything from me. I mean, one of the things to think about is the logo, I guess. Well, we don't really have a the logo I've been using is that side view of the winged helm. So yeah, maybe I'll get that professionally done. I don't really have an idea on what the logo should be. I can't even remember what Helrift's logo was. I know that I was using the Etin, the two Etin heads in HTTP Champions. Possibly I was doing it for World as well. Yeah, let me have a think about the logo. I might just get someone on Fiverr to make it for me. Get some ideas. Oh, that's an interesting bug. Oh wow, that is an interesting bug. Try and grab something in your inventory. Click and drag, but don't let go. Then press I to close the inventory, and you can just place them all over your screen. Oops. I did not realise that. What a silly bug. Now I can't see anything on my screen. It's just covered in shields. Surprised no one's reported this one. What are you playtesters playing at? Let me look at that one. Drag item from inventory and closing for drag end will leave sprite on screen. Yeah, I think that's just a simple one. I think it's probably a new bug actually, because we implemented the warehouse recently, which uses that drag and drop feature. You can drag from the inventory to the warehouse to move items over. Yeah, I can't. You probably can't move because it's expecting you to be dropping it on something. But yeah. Anyway, I'm going to leave it here with the stream. And yeah, I'm going to be away for the next week, and I'll pick up streaming again when I come back. But hopefully I've got some cool stuff to show as well. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and keep an eye on Discord, and I'll get some more media stuff to show and show some improvements. Like you can see on mine already, I've got the health on the orbs down there. But yeah, cheers guys, have a good one.